Welcome to another Oxygen Not Included stream. Another more calm stream, trying to just enjoy the game. So we'll be continuing where we left off once I remember to actually change this. I had so much time to prepare and I didn't. We'll continue on our Paradise in Hell save. And just load the game. As I said in the title, our goal will be to try to create a sustainable colony. So that will mean finding renewable sources of everything, essentially. For now we are running our system on algae terrariums. I want to change that as soon as I have a continuous source of fresh water. And preferably nothing like the cool steam vent. Okay, so we have beds. We have planned out the sleeping quarters once they're getting their own rooms, and well, apart from this, I guess it's just to start digging out new areas, exploring more of the map. Let's see. Part of this will include, well, if we can find a polluted water vent, that would be swell. That could be useful for multiple reasons, most notably an eternal freshwater supply. And with that we would be able to create a spawn, or a self-powered oxygen machine. So that would be nice. But that would require that we actually find one or two, as they do have downtime. Okay, let's see. They'll start on that once they have time, but wait, what are they complaining about now? They all have mess tables. Switch it earned a skill point, nice. There's water. We need to look for the neutronium tiles, as they are indicators of where we'll find vents and geysers. It's usually a little more difficult to expand downwards, as that would mean it could be clogged up with carbon dioxide. But at the same time, expanding upwards will mean we'll enter the salt area and hydrogen, which will also clog up the top. And expanding into the slime area that's not possible due to the high levels of slime lung. Let's see, does it actually say anything about the effects of slime lung? Just cough and struggle to breathe. Okay, doesn't say too much. Cough and struggle to breathe, I guess that will mean it's supposed to make them... probably just increases the oxygen consumption then. Or maybe decreases the amount of oxygen they can hold, quote unquote. Okay, okay, now they're getting to it, so they've just been kinda busy. That's good. There you go. There's more chlorine down here. That could be useful later. This is a cold area, so we'll be able to find a Weesport down there, which I would like to get as quickly as possible. Oh, you're going up there now. Actually, let's see here. Oxygen generation. The deodorizers aren't creating much oxygen, but they are creating some from the pollution. Okay, I do not have the super hard digging skill yet. And there is a limited amount of morale at this point. So I need to watch out for that. Water weeds. If I could find wildly growing water weeds, that would be nice, but I wouldn't be able to use it just yet. Let's have a slightly higher priority on this one. I guess that won't work as easily. Too bad. Waterweed, lettuce, okay. Once I get a spawn up and running, I'll also have access to hydrogen, which would be an important part of my food preservation system. Okay. Then blossom seeds, I don't want any more people yet. Wait, do you guys eat clay? Oh. Yeah, you guys eat clay. Oh boy, I didn't really want that. But yeah, I tested something on my other save that is a quite good system, so I should probably set it up here as well. That way, although it will be a little less effective due to the fact that I haven't unlocked solid transport yet. Although I could get to that later, it's not that big an issue, I guess. Although I need metals, which means I need to go up or down. This one hits a bit light and I can't break through that yet. I think I can step up the speed. I think they should be able to cope with it. Let's check the temperatures. 40 degrees, ew, that's a bit too hot. Yeah, you know what, we can go through a little bit of beach stone, was it? But we don't want to go through too much, as that is an important resource for later food production. Go in all directions and see where we find what we need. Yeah, no one is really set to build. Catalina can do farming. I can do research. JC can do tidying and supplying, and Soichiro does operating, but doesn't really leave us with. JC is a little better at building. Increase that just ever so slightly. Actually, with the freshwater supply, they don't need to supply here just yet. Okay, no, they're not sharing a schedule. That's good. Because that's the last thing I want them to do. No, I get. On the other save I'm playing on, I chose the ice asteroid, so there everything is cold, which is swell for me. I always feel like having too cold is better than having too hot in real life as well, so therefore it just stresses me out when everything around them is like, oh, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees. It should be at least 0, although that may be a little cold for them. But hey, they'll survive. Now in terms of food production, if they are currently able to live off the lice loaf, that's good, but at the same time they'll need a more stable, and they'll also need to keep the food stored forever, essentially, or it'll need to last forever. Which is where the problem kind of comes in. Because now in order to keep it fresh forever, we need both a sterile atmosphere, like carbon dioxide, and also we need it to be below negative 18 degrees, which is also why this heat is kind of problematic, as it really should. If it's below 4 degrees, it takes less time for it to... It takes more time for it to spoil, I mean, and that's kind of difficult to achieve when we're just, you know, in like a room temperature room. Now it doesn't seem to be anything down here, unfortunately. Up here there is another ice biome, which is nice. They have meat, but they're not allowed to. Oh, hang on. Yeah, but did I set them to be able to eat meat? No. Well, in that case, it will just rot, because none of them has the grilling skill. I guess Catalina can get it, since she's going ranching and all that. Down here we have a Gravitas facility, just like the one over here. This one, they could get to it, but the polluted oxygen is a little bit annoying. And that's mainly because, yeah, construction. Whilst the polluted oxygen is breathable, the yucky lung debuff they get from breathing it means that they need more oxygen. No, there isn't. There isn't anything more I can find. Strange. Another skill point into digging. Good, now I can get the abyss light. Down here they haven't found any yet, and I don't think I'm going to dig any deeper than I have planned. Just yet, at least. I couldn't see it is around 30 degrees. Meanwhile, it's because of the water, isn't it? The chlorine area is easily around 40-45. And there's a lot of bomb lily at least. Natural gas is... Is there a natural gas geyser in there? Don't think that's too useful for my purposes. I need to do something about this. I haven't researched what is it? Oh, where is it? Temperature moderation. Which could be a problem if the heat was to leak through here. Oh. I've discovered a fossilized critter bird in my colony, at least part of one, but it does not resemble any of the species we have encountered on this asteroid. Where did it come from? How did it get here? And what other questions might these bones hold the answer to? There is only one way to find out. Okay. So now I'm supposed to excavate a bunch of fossils. There's the fossil here. This one. No, it's sport critter. And one down here in the... Oh, magma. Oh boy, that I might not be reaching this one anytime soon. Okay, but this orchid one over here, this one is problematic. For zombie spores, Zombie spores are parasitic brain fungus released by spore kids. Duplicants who touch or inhale the spores risk becoming infected and temporarily losing motor control. That hardly sounds good, does it? I'll need to somehow take up the spore kid and let the germs slowly die out. I guess it's possible by just removing the abyssite corner, but you can do corner construction, luckily. So that might be one way to do it. Building upwards does take time, unfortunately. And I guess I could dig into this area, but I would risk like too much water rushing out, and also I kind of want the sleet weed to keep growing, because in this atmosphere they'll last forever, so if they keep growing for a while I can just come back and pick up the grains. And also there are weed sports here. Those, however, I definitely need. Well, there is a bit of a cheese you can do to get the weed sports to work at 100% without actually needing the phosphorite you usually do. And if I'm able to get that one working, it will save me a lot of resources. So we'll try to get that one going soon, once we actually get some. But now 16 tiles over here. Oh, not the grill, this one. And also avoid taking those out, I guess. I guess we can go over here. I use a specific layout when expanding in order to keep a system and light symmetry. So it's 5 tiles to the next. Essentially it's just a simple system repeated, or a simple schematic repeated up and up. Base rooms all are about 48 tiles, with some, what's it called again? With some exceptions. When I need a larger room, I create a larger room, but I make sure that it does not go beyond at least. It has to follow the regular system in some way at least. Don't take 2.5 room, then take 3. That way we keep a semblance of structure. This will also mean that now you can't place it there. Here. This is in a, so it's like this. 12 across. Just like that. Okay, 4 room per level. I'm at least gonna require 3 levels here, possibly more. Expanding upwards is easier here. This seems about right. Seems good. Cool steam vent is going at it, unfortunately. Yeah, I need to research the thermal temperature modulation. Where did I go? Not there. Blocking up the heat from that one is going to be difficult, but I need to start doing it. Because if that... let's see here actually. It creates steam, 5.1 kilograms, 99 degrees. Wait, no, it's at 110 degrees. Where is my calculator? Are they doing this scientifically? Okay, kid. Couldn't find the one I actually wanted to use, but my old calculator from middle school doesn't work. Oh, there it goes. So it's a 5,100 grams. If we set our base temperature to be 0 degrees, that's times 110 times... what is it now? The specific heat capacity of steam is 4.1, that's the same as water, 4.179. This bad boy outputs about, divide that by 1,000 just for simplicity's sake, 2,344 kilo DTUs, which is the unit of heat they use here. Basically, that just means that it makes a lot of heat, which is bad. So I need to block it off. And as soon as these guys are done with the research, I'll be able to make heat separation blocks. And then if I wanted to go up and beyond, I'd make a vacuum lock in order to make sure no heat goes between the tiles, but that's unfortunately a bit too fancy. I'm unable to do that. Or well, I'm able, but I don't think it's all too necessary. So, like this. And then also, I need to do it about this. Oh, actually now I need to decide. This area has these bridges, meaning that so does this area. This is just a simple part of the way I design my things. Actually, hang on. Or here. Meaning that now I'm just doing it so that I don't lose the system or the tile placement later on. This is hardly necessary, it's just something I want to do. Now beyond this we need to create a pathway to build blocks along. Now this would go up here. Blocks would go here, meaning it's this, like this. and excavate this area. Seems about right, yeah. I'll also have to drain the excess water here. One way I could do that is just to expand the pond where it'll fall in. Probably the best way to do it as well. And we have a new printable. Coal. It's hardly a resource we'll need, but it's better than taking something we don't need, like an extra duplicate. Hang on, I'm building it out of sandstone. That's fine. Don't exactly remember just which materials were the best to use, but I don't think it was a huge problem to use sandstone. Also focus on this building project instead of the other. Okay. Now you haven't seen anything more interesting up here. Up neutronium. There is a vent here, but that's going to be annoying to get to. Ah, shit. That's a problem. Unless the Wiswarts are able to deal with that, this area might heat up. And that would really be a problem. Deep freeze? Oh. Okay, I also need to avoid 35 degrees, that's a problem. Yeah. Heat modulation? No, I just need to get Wiswarts. And also hydrogen to keep them in. That's where they are the most effective, due to the way they work. They take in... It says it consumes vacuum, or it's used like consuming a vacuum, but essentially what it does, it takes in 1,000 grams of a gas, or 250 when it's wild, and then decreases the gas it puts out by 5 degrees. Which, at the most, with hydrogen gas, I believe it was deleting 12 kilo DTUs per second, which is pretty nice. Because there are several ways to deal with heat or actually completely delete it, but the Wiswarts are probably the cheapest and easiest way to do it, if you know the cheese at least. Maybe I should just set up a... I haven't researched that yet, have I? Oh yeah, I have. Yes, the refrigerator does use some power, but it's definitely superior in keeping the food at the right temperature. Reachable builds, here. Because the fridge, once it's up and running, it will cool down all the food inside it to, I believe it was below 4 degrees, so that it's at a good enough temperature and it avoids completely destroying everything, or it avoids the regular decay. So at refrigerated, I believe it's only like -5% per cycle. Everything is getting done here. Now it's up here. So I've broken through here, I might as well go up here. It's not that much further. But this part is done. And okay, I'll need a ladder to get them across. This one as well. Sand is slightly annoying, but when it's falling down onto a block they're digging, it's not a problem. Yep, oxygen generation is still good. The deodorizers have actually created quite a lot. I mean, that's one nice part about this system. Yes, I am losing like a bunch of water because it turns into polluted oxygen, but at the same time, it's the oxygen production. And until I have a spawn up and running, that's essential. And also, I did realize on the other save that oxalite is perhaps a resource I should try to save as much of. Because that's going to be important at the point when I get to rocketry. Although that's far away, oxalite is an annoying resource to create more of. So you should instead aim to not run out of it. Although one option is to, if you can breed these puffs, you can get the dense puffs, as it's called, which creates oxalite from oxygen. So at a later point I might have to make a dense puffed farm. Now what was the thermal conductivity? Next to nothing essentially, but I mean it's higher than oxygen. Oh yeah, they're in 45 degrees hydrogen, they are not happy. And it's heating up. Uh-oh. It's currently touching really... Okay, the slime is at least free of germs due to the heat, so we won't have to worry about that. Take small victories where you can get them. No, work around the... Just work around the bleach stone. What? I believe the tropical Paku might be able to survive these about 80-90 degree temperatures. Yep, they can live up to 100 degrees. So it shouldn't be a problem for that if all the heat was to be trapped in with it. Although I should do something about the hydrogen. Also have to expand the fluid storage here sooner or later. But I can expand down here and 2 times here, but at the top level I can't really expand any. Oh, fried mushroom, that's... Get that swept up right now. Also, you know what, focus on the fridge. Just fill all edible in there. This is not to contain any edible and sweep everything up. Well, except for the muckroot, because they don't really need storage at all. This is not to contain any edibles. Stop being stupid. There. Now everything in here should be refrigerated. Soon at least. So most stuff here is now down to 3% per cycle. That's good. Work is going smoothly. What's up there? Okay, there wasn't anything interesting here. Oh well. Okay, so we know that there's lava there, but yeah, I set it to frozen core. So that's kinda surprising. Okay, maybe I... Wait, which achievement was that? Ah, okay. Maybe I should set up a thing here. As it does seem like it's leaking a little polluted oxygen. So food items do not rot while they're inside of either of these machines. You just need a large amount of those to keep them as storage. But that would hardly be efficient. Well, the pup is doing something to keep the polluted oxygen at a minimal. Ugh. Temperature. I might make it AA just to be safe. At least over here. It's hardly necessary, you can remove that. resources. Get this done so that we can go on to the next project. Is there too much water? If it's too much, it'll leak over here. Okay, it's too much. I'm sorry, little one. Oh, I can't really take all of it either. I need the water weed to keep growing. Yeah, you know what? Just immediately get on to creating the second layer of insulation. This area it's going to be 7, but the rest it can be 5. Is this a... Yeah, it's a nature reserve now. Good. What else can I work on now? We have a washroom, It's only a meso hall since we do not have the core items in it yet. Mostly because we haven't really researched any of the core items. In order to place the parts there, I'll have to remove this layer. Abysslight is the best insulated in the game except for neutronium and a vacuum. But at the same time it's not perfect. I've seen it heat up water till the point it turns into steam. Although at that point the Abysslight was like 1500 degrees. So it's understandable. This is just receiving polluted water from the septic area and the polluted water dump. Okay, the deodorizers are almost doing half of the oxygen production. Yeah, I'd say that is pretty good. And you know, turn the rest of the production to a 6, I suppose. Will most likely mean that we'll start working on it, but we need it done at some point anyways. Now we also need to get up here so that we can see whether or not there is a crack in the Abysslight, or it's just an unfortunate spawn that caused all the salt water to enter. If it's a crack, I might have to plug it. If not, we'll see what we do. Let's see, the wee sword. Getting the salt water down to negative 18 degrees will take a lot due to its high specific heat capacity and its high mass, so bit annoying. Do you not have enough break time? You're eating during your... That's an issue. But well. We'll live, we'll live. Carbon dioxide isn't... It doesn't have a high specific heat capacity. It's lower than oxygen. No, this... I'll have to check it more out, but it might be a bit problematic. If I can break open the shell, this is like a negative 100 degrees, that's really dope. Oh, wart seed. Okay, now that we actually have a wart seed, we can start working on that thing I mentioned. So it's this. I haven't researched a flower pot, so I'll do that first. A storage bin, a critter drop-off point, and that's all the base necessities until I get the flower pot. Why is there so much unrefrigerated Lyslav? Get it in the box. Okay. Wait, there's slime here? I should make a storage bin that's underwater to keep slime and stuff in, so that it doesn't dilute, or whatever it's called. I'm not sure. And also set this to a higher priority, get it done. Nothing... No more neutronium that I can see. Oh. Yeah, that's right, this one has a crack in it. 2 cracks, actually. I wish, like... It's a bit annoying when... Like, these neutronium abyssalite walls are meant to separate different biomes, but there are so many times where I find cracks in them. And it's really annoying because it means that heat will seep out, and in worst case scenario that there's a volcano which is spawned with a perfectly fine abyssalite wall, but somehow that abyssalite wall got a crack in it, you're fucked. Because that volcano has... It spurts out magma at 1500 degrees Celsius, and that's terrible for the colony. It will boil anything it touches. And had the abyssalite wall just been whole, it wouldn't have been a problem, but no. Somehow it got a crack. Okay, this is soon done. Which one of you guys are the oldest? Wrangle that guy, set this to a low priority. Get this done. Good. You're now going to place the... not everything. Just the pip. and then put the wart seed. Now I will show you top 10 hit tricks the phosphorite producers don't want you to know. Now when we make that sand block fall down, oh no, the flower pot is entombed. And as soon as we deliver the wart seed to the box, this little fellow will start to make a mess because the pips like to break open storage bins for some reason. Oh, would you look, he threw out the wart seed. Now I hope that actually landed in a place where he can reach it, because that's important. And if he can, he will plant it in the one location that's possible. Meanwhile, the other people are doing other stuff. And actually, I don't think I'll be able to reach it. It seems like it's too close to the door. Let's try that again. Okay. Everyone is busy, it seems. I wonder if I'm going to like move downtime for both like a slight step back, so that even if they were to go a little over the downtime, at least it won't affect their sleep. There. Now we'll just wait. Placing the skill point, use it for demolition. Okay, now the wart seed should have landed within a tile the pip can access. Uh-oh. Actually, I'll place that there. Can't reach the other blocks. I actually need a block here. I believe that should be able to reach it. There we go. Magic. Oh, the wart seed is here. Now we just dig up the sand block and we'll have what we wanted. A domestic growth wheat wort without needing the fertilization. Et voila. Now we just need to, in order to move these, now I always need at least one wheat wort in a plant pot or a flower pot in order to be able to move it around, because then I'll just copy setting, drag it onto more flower pots, and we can put in more seeds. if I were to now destroy this flower pot, I would have to repeat the process in order to make it work again. You can return to your friends. This is a slightly higher priority so that they actually move him. And then we'll set this to 6 priority as well. Actually, I have access to salt now. Okay, I'll wait till they're done with this. But our colony seems pretty stable right now. So I think I'll do my best to just research everything I need as quick as possible whilst it's still stable. And just hopefully not run out of water, because that's a possibility actually. But I still have this pool left and this one, so it's not an immediate threat at least. A Dreklet. Should keep those around. He has access to at least these mealwoods, so if he eats them... I can't click on it for some reason. If a Dreklet eats mealwood, it'll turn into a glossy Dreklet, which gives me plastic. So that's a cheap source of plastic that requires no oil. Okay, this is terrible. Priorities, JC, you have so high building priority, so I'll give that to you. I'll take on digging as well. Branching for Catalina, and JC doesn't need more work. Well, the Deodrites are getting close to catching up. And here, within a little while, we'll start to see a distinct temperature difference. Although I should probably move it at some point, because the mealwood can't get too cold. They haven't... Slightly high priority for these. This one. And then it should be able to... I should be able to finish it off. You're going to drop that. Actually got it in the fridge in time. Okay, so they cool down everything to a... They cool down everything to 1 degree. And then it only uses 20. Now... Why were there germs on that mealwood? How did this happen? It's food poisoning germs on the compost. They use dirt from there. Can you guys, can I order you to disinfect this? Can I No, you can't disinfect these. Oh yeah, you can. Disinfect yourself, guys. Please. Okay, it didn't affect the plant. That's a shame. Well, they're going to have stomach problems. But you know what? Their problem. Not mine. Taking some time. JC won't do much. Won't do much construction as he's too busy delivering things all everywhere. Yep. Thimbleweed is Thimbleweed the most temperature sensitive plant? I think it might be. That's like 15 degrees temperature span. Okay, the bluff multiplier takes 20. Sleetweed takes 60. Yeah, I think it is. Okay. Get back to work. Well, once I start pouring it back into the system, I'll at least have a lot. Actually, that's true. I wanted to use these shine bugs to increase the efficiency of the algae terrarium, but they died inexplicably. Could I just use a ceiling light? 3 from the side there. Although they use, what was it? 10 watts. Actually, that's okay. Not too much. Slightly increase priority for those. And seeming as they're done with the insulating barrier, I will focus on it. And everyone is affected, good. It's not cooling significantly down, but oh, nope, this might be a lost cause. Oh, while we discovered a creature. But yeah, this is a problem. Just continue. Oh, 6 there. There's a wild Draco. And Dracos produce phosphorite. How much phosphorite a cycle do they produce? 10 kilograms. Now, how long is the cycle again? Does it teach me there? No, no, not video. So room search rates, cycle. Cycle sensor is not. Bunch of lore. This is not for your eyes. We haven't reached this point yet. Is it high? No. Well, next production in 0.2 cycles. It immediately went to like 100 seconds. Is one cycle about 10 minutes? Because like, is 0.1 cycles the same as 60 seconds? Or is 0.1 cycles 100 seconds? Why did I need to know again? I don't remember. Move them into the place. Hopefully it's large enough that they do not mind, but... And it's cramped. Too many. Okay. Move them back out again then. Excavation is going well up here. Not much more information on the leak. And nothing else in terms of vents or geysers. Oh, would you look at that? Sparkle streaking. Oh, I'm quicker. Now, maybe I should investigate more in this direction. In which case I think I'll do it through a standard tunnel. For the most part, at least. I could just tube. I don't know how high I want it to be. Yeah, it's dependent on the flow. I guess 3 is like a minimal. If it's not 3 tall, oxygen won't properly be able to flow in. Here we have pinch of peppernut. Unfortunately, they are rotting. The bomb lily flower is not. Which means if I get enough of that running, I might not have to grow any myself. Because chlorine is one of those resources that are kinda difficult to mass reproduce. How did you get in there, little friend? Um, it's confined, meaning happiness is down. Is this going to reproduce? Am I just going to come back here later and there'll be a child in there as well? Who knows? I'll just make a little sign for it. Should I maybe make it a bit larger? There. Oops. Yeah. Perfect. Or good enough. One of the two. Like this traveling distance makes it a little ineffective. You know what? This one you're going to finish with sandstone. Now you're going to change into granite. This section has large amounts of it. You won't have to go far to find it. Okay. Oh. More and more water. If I want to save like these sleet wheat grains, I'm going to have to go in there quick. Or maybe not. I might have some time, but the leak seems to be happening due to a gravitas ruin. Unfortunately. If I owe a large saltwater lake, interesting. I could use saltwater at a later date with the desalinator. I don't want to research it, I kind of want to read about it, but whether I want to use that is something I'll have to decide later. I'll set up the solid transport system so that as soon as I get a source of refined metal, which actually isn't that difficult now if I think about it correctly, because you do not need the metal refinery in order to get refined metals. You can just use the crusher. Although you only get 50% of the original ore, at this point that's not an issue for me. Is this part of the saltwater ocean this Oceania asteroid is known for? Make everything is 6 priority. This is bleach stone, so they around it. If I want to end this, I could dig like a small path here. I get this right, it's going to leak down. And I should then make a pool to catch it in. Now what is in here? Ceiling collapse. That's normal. Unfortunately. Okay, with JC also becoming more and more of a construction guy, I should consider giving him the at least hard digging. You can have full and super hard digging for you. Or me. These... The automatic dispenser? I should perhaps plan where to start the little system I'm intending to work on. For these tiny small hatches, they are a nice sort of source of food. I just need to find a way to store a lot of them and kill them and take the meat before the others eat it. Because that's the annoying part. They eat meat. So now the sage hatchling, do they eat meat? Yes, they seem to eat meat. Now raw shellfish. I haven't really done anything with these poker shells before, but maybe I should. Like these guys drop food. I haven't worked with that before, maybe I should. Well, the refinement. I'll place a rock crusher in here for now. And I'll take the sandstone. Do not dig the waterweed. Wild plants are nice because they're wild and that means free food. The only problem is that the waterweeds take a shocking 48 cycles to produce. How much was it? 4,800 lettuce. Which, to be fair, is quite a bit. So yeah, the rock crusher is done, and salt to table salt. A nice source of sand. Actually, hang on. There is a plant I mean to have heard about called a gaseous salt vine. And if I don't remember incorrectly, it uses sand to create salt. Table salt. Doesn't tell me anymore here. Plants. Gaseous salt vine. The gaseous salt vine is a new plant that needs large amount of salt to balance the level of water in its body. Okay, in order to keep a supply of salt on the hand, the end of the vine is coated in microscopic formations, which bind with sodium atoms, forming large crystals over time. Gaseous salt vines consume small amounts of chlorine gas, and form sodium deposits as they grow, producing harvestable salt. They need chlorine and 7 kilograms of sand per cycle, producing 65 kilograms of salt, so that's 42 kilograms of sand, some chlorine, and it gives 65 kilograms of salt. That's... oh. So combine that with the production of table salt in the crusher and we can have an infinite supply of salt, an infinite supply of sand actually. Provided we also have an infinite supply of chlorine. I haven't thought of that before, but that could actually be interesting to try out. Unreachable because they haven't finished this. Oh yeah, that's actually because the only one with the skills to dig it is busy researching. Because that's my job, essentially. The autosweeper requires 200 kilograms of refined metal. And there's so much salt water. Although if I use a saltwater source, I could essentially just use the desalinator to make salt and then get sand. Which is also a lot easier. Which one would be... or, well, which one would be more fun? Okay, good. So I'll first need to find a place where I want it. I could potentially place it here. But in which case I'd have to remove this and install the conveyor chute, conveyor rail, and once I get the conveyor loader, which needs 200 kilograms of metal, let's make, say, 200 kilograms of copper. And also I need... what do I need again? I need Soichiro to get another skill point before I'm able to build it. But I can still plan it out. Okay. It's... yeah, this is difficult. I kind of want to leave it be to see if it can survive, but it's somewhat unlikely with these massive amounts of fluid, which is hot as well. Like, even if the sleet wheat manages to survive, I might still lose all of the finished sleet wheat, so maybe I should make a... if I could make a totally firmly separated way in, I could try to just grab the finished sleet wheat and leave the rest be. But then again, the problem would be I do not have a system to keep that working in my own area. Who is idle? Me, oh. You know, tough luck. Oh, it's sandstone. Can someone finish this, please? There we go. Idle because stuck. Now I want everything moved from here. Now this one contained cultivable soil, filtration medium, raw mineral, and algae. That's... What's algae under? Is it organic? Yeah. And then metal or copper. Okay, good, because I need this area clear in order to use the system I want in place, because if they have anything to eat, that's bad. I don't want the hatchlings to eat anything, I just want them to essentially live, die, reproduce, drop food. And at some point I should also spec into creating a system to cool down. The question is, last time I made such a system I used a cooling loop that essentially heated up a smaller area in order to cool down the food storage. Would I rather want to use Weeswort? And would that even be strong enough? Although the risk with Weeswort is that at some point it might be so cold that it ruins the liquid locks I were using. So that is the question, which is better? No, the deodorizers are close to catching up, but I don't think they will. Meanwhile, power, how much power wasted here it is. We had overproduction and there's base loss. So when it comes to battery production, you don't really want too many batteries. Especially not jumbo batteries, you want something that loses less power. Which, if I am not mistaken, is the smart battery. So I might research that later. But that also requires refined metal. Conveyor loader. Plonk it down. And then hook it up to power. This is great. Yeah, you do you. Get everything done. Rust, lovely. A nice bit of rust. It is useful in some oxygen production processes. Oh, well, I mean it is, but rust and salt goes in, oxygen comes out. I mean, it does produce quite a bit of oxygen, but it will at least be 75 degrees. So there is a problem with it. Although, how much heat would we need to... How much heat would we need to remove in order to make that safe? Probably too much. Because it's what? 570 grams times oxygen's specific heat capacity of 1.005 times, let's say we want to reduce it by 75 degrees because I used 0 as my... That would require a heat deletion of 42,000. DTUs, which means I need 4 fully operational V-Swords in order to combat it. That's too much, because unfortunately V-Swords do not reproduce. There are 2 ways of getting more: space missions and the printing pod. And it's not overly common from the printing pod, so that does essentially only leave one option. Stress, JC, why are you popped eardrums? Where did you go to get popped eardrums? Remove this, remove this. I just plan to place this. Okay, that's max range anyway, so place it here. Do that. But preferably just please get this done already. I'm growing impatient. Temperature, okay, it's beneath. Too cold, unfortunately. The pinch row. Why is it called pinch row? I could make a guess, I suppose, but and you are 17. Meanwhile, this gentleman is 60. Quite a bit till you might get a child, I guess. Okay, the bleach stone fell in that. Good. Oh boy, that's a lot of seawater. The thing about the desalinator is that although I could use it to get large amounts of free water, it's also more water than I think I'd ever need. Like, I could use it for the spawn, I suppose, but at the same time, I'd rather not use a limited source like this. I'd rather just set it up by an infinite source. And it's slime lying in there. Fantastic. Wait a minute, actually. What is the... Okay, it's set to save every cycle. We can turn it down to every 5 cycle size. No, actually every 2 cycles. We can now finish these. Okay, so this might be a single area. And okay, this seems like a very strange area, because large empty area probably filled with seawater before it somehow burst, and oh! Fuck, okay, it's not interesting, it's a volcano. You're able to tell what kind of geyser and or vent it is based on the shape you're able to build in. The volcano is a 3x3 on the left side of the neutronium, whilst the geysers are 2x4 in the middle, or yeah, 2 across 4 up, and the geysers are 4 across 2 down. So you're able to tell, and therefore you know that you're not supposed to actually fill in this. You know that it's not necessary to unearth this just yet. So I don't really need a volcano. So actually I can check that with this one, couldn't I? It's okay, that's a geyser. I don't tend to like, the problem with the geysers is that there's natural gas, there's cooled steam vent, I believe there's just a regular steam vent as well, hydrogen and chlorine. These aren't like hyper useful for me at this moment. I might need them later, but I don't think I need them right now. Actually, now I'm kinda uncertain. I'm actually able to get in here this way. Uh-oh. Run home, Catalina, run home. She's not getting a good night's sleep. Popped eardrums again, where? Can I like see where you get popped eardrums? Or what pressure? I see. Nope, doesn't say anything about pressure. Nope. Pressure management, high pressure gas vent, manual airlock, mechanized airlock. No. Not really anything not any information there. Oh, another one. Another geyser. Yep, this seems to have been a pool of salt water that burst, or more correctly leaked through the cracks. Now, can I... Yep, there it is, open. Fantastic. Okay, neural vacuolator, let's give it to PC, sure. And lower. Oh. No information. Let's read this. In space. What are we doing here? I'll show you, just keep your voice down. Are we even allowed to be here? No. Trust me. How thermal rats are in space. Apple cart, cherry pie, banana bread. Astronauts. What is this? Interesting. JC might not be able to reach it due to the floor problem. But yeah, with this, I'd have to set a lid on it in order to keep the large majority of water outside. Now this is, I don't think I'll have the time to fix this. First aid kit. No. Can't see anything. Not so far. But okay, do I want to access it from the bottom? And a lid left just like that. Would that be feasible? Oh, wart seed? That would mean they get this. This is a risky project, might not even be worth it, but oh shit, okay, the pop eardrums is becoming a real problem at this point. Are they getting pop? Yeah, let's get this sorted, I guess. I didn't intend for you to throw the clay, just so you know that. Take the polluted water. So, whoa. Oh yeah, I need to actually finish this. Regenerative trait. Extra health per cycle. Nice. Now it's still unreachable. One more and I should be able to reach it. Although, oh... No. How should I do this? Like this part I can do just fine. But the other part I should probably encapsulate it like this in order to keep the water from leaking down. That would mean removing this part, destroying this, and removing at least those two pieces. And putting my duplicates through pain, because I'll have to go up and down here several times, and please... Oh boy. One. Don't do this anymore, please. Okay, I'll need to set up like a... Where is it again? A massage room. These guys are getting way too stressed. temporary build, just do this. Remove the roof. This is also a 7 priority, get it built. Based on the amount of polluted water there is here, I'll need to expand the water storage system. So that's... Wait, which... Oh no, like this. Like this, and... No, wait, like this. Wait, where are things going? Stop. Just do the bottom. It's exiting here. So it's like down here. In here. Down. In here. Like this then. This is also high priority. Basically, you got a lot to do. Oh, what were you guys' restrictions again? Ugly crier, okay, that's okay. A vomiter, ooh, that's an issue. Ugly crier and vomiter. Okay, 2 of them will produce salt water, and the 2 other will produce polluted water with germs. I have to keep them away from our water sources. God. Okay, where's... There is such a high pressure. I didn't think that was going to be an issue, but no, it is. Okay, they're getting popped in there from here, I guess. 4,000 grams is a bit much. Oh, Jesus. 8 priority. Get the de-stressing room done. I don't care how much productivity I'm losing by building one, I need you guys to stay sane. I mean, the carbon dioxide should be fine, at least it's not destroying your ears. These take 240 watts. Your problems is... Excuse me guys, can you finish the massage room? I see massage clinic. One big core item, okay. Furniture. I guess a flower pot. Furniture. And I'll take the fancy smash flower pot, might as well. Oh, don't... No yellow priority. Don't have to stress that much. And plant a blood pressure. Once you're... Oh no, your break ends at 25%. Can't stay there forever. Especially not when it takes that long. Wow. This one has... Oh, there's no power. I can't believe oxygen overproduction is what is killing me. This really should not have been the... Poor Catalina. Sufficient morale pleasant. The popped air drums is... Oh boy. How do I... Like, I guess spreading out the oxygen is the solution, but... That is essentially what's happening. There's just not enough room. Insufficient... Good. That's the point. Also turn it off. Now having them... Might as well just excavate this area. Please make a carbon dioxide trap so that you're actually able to breathe in there. I can't take this. Okay, so despite we're only running on deodorizers, we're still not going negative that much oxygen. Like last day, only 60 kilograms. We're going to need to do that for quite a while, and oh my god. We're going to have to set up another one. Okay, now this is creating another problem I did not foresee. I'm essentially just moving the liquid. Well, considering it's already started, might as well just finish the job. Ah, she's doing it on her own volition. How wonderful of her. Wait, that's me. Ah, whatever. Okay, the total stress is going down. Only Katarina was suffering the most. Pop eardrums. Not good, not good. Okay, so who has popped eardrums? Not that many. We seem to be fixing the problem ever so slightly. Now, if that is the case, perhaps we could get to work on this. Like, what I might do here is just, if I can make a small, inoffensive, not too much energy is going through, I could dig these up and replace them with these potted ones so that it's more effective. If I could do that, it would save me, it would possibly be able to save this. Alternatively, I could just break open this one. Might be the smartest choice, actually. Uh-oh, that's a problem. Don't piss him off, please. I forgot that the poker shells get angry when they've laid an egg and people are around that. Although it hasn't attacked anyone yet, which is surprising. Oh my god. Purple laser. No. No, you can mine that as well, I suppose. I mean, the water leakage is just everywhere. I guess this asteroid truly lives up to its name. For better or for worse. Oh, hypothermia. What more can JC do now? I mean, with these fighting things, he probably needs strength. He's a weak little boy after all. Okay, insufficient oxygen generation. You know what? This one is going to work. Maybe stop picking those up, actually. So nice, mechatronics engineering. Get this done. Wait, where's... Ah, there she is. Skill point, yeah, astronomy. Now, yes. It's... Oh, pop the eardrums. Oh, sorry. It is what it is, I suppose. Crit eggs, hatchling eggs, and allow manual use, but sweep only. So it's sweep this, one beneath, and this one. How's the work going in here? They've... Ah, they shattered that one. That's my fault, I guess. I gave them work, but I didn't give them intelligence to do it properly. Reduce priority and start the pump, I guess. Good. I guess saving the sleet wheat grain is high priority. Oh my god. It's melting. You not get this done, I'm scared. I know there's a lot for you to do, but I don't care, get it done. Okay, it's at least not a kilogram. Probably should have 2 manual generators. Takes a bit too long if only one person is able. Machinery. Well. All that these guys needs. Oh, stop. I am producing too much oxygen. No, I'm producing not enough oxygen, but it's still too much. Fantastic. But you know what? Fine. Get it done. In a sense, doing it like this is actually, hold on, sandstone? I use granite. We have access to granite here, so use it. There. Oh, you got hypothermia, L. Taking too long to charge it up. Can you finish this job, please? No. Oh, there you go. Now, these 3 eggs will be the start of a system meant to exploit the suffering of creatures. I need more refined metal. I'll get to it. No. Oh. Sorry. Ah. Well, am I hearing a volcano? Might be the overpressured geyser. Okay, polluted oxygen is cleared up, but there's still too much. Yeah, this... How cold? Still pretty cold down there. Might have to close this one up as well. Hang on. What is this? Let's see it. Work. Okay, they're getting close to pop at the top. And then I'll kind of see how things develop before I do anything drastic. Let's... Okay, the temperature seal is done. Due to the... There will not be too high temperature difference, so I think this is acceptable. Now I guess I could start focusing on other things. How old? Still 28. The other work they can do is... I think I'm gonna make you guys explore the... Explore a little further down and try to find out... Actually... 5... 5... 5, so that's... Tile there... 5 tile... Tile... And... 5. Okay, that works pretty well. Explore the frozen area over here, and then we'll decide if we need it to cover up. $70 in. 70 cycles. Slightly higher priority on this. And now this being a bit of a stupid system, but that. Now only water going through here will return. So it's a bit spaghetti, but you know. Oh, a whole pup. Mole pups are actually great creatures to get because you can slay them. That's their only purpose. Murder it. Okay, it dropped a bob. They drop a lot of meat. Now the oxalite. Whatever. I'll save it later. Actually, if you also finish this, the water will run down there. I can actually dig another column. Another skill point. Oh, Morl is too low currently. Man, Catalina is having a rough day. Nothing is just working out for her. But okay, oxygen concentration is still too high in here. So have you gotten popped? No. Actually, I can like dig this part. What did you drop down here? A bit annoying when they keep dropping stuff, but I never know where it ends up. I do really hope that there are some either cool salt slush geysers or polluted water vents in close vicinity of my main area, because it will be a bit too expensive if not. Using sandstone here, yeah. Wait, how much? 640 on 25, yeah. Woohoo. More nutrient. Neutral. Neutral? Neutronium. The only worrying part here, if the ice was to melt, it would spill out, destroy everything. Meanwhile, the granite doesn't really cause an issue. Now, the moment okay, this part will not melt through the ice at least. Although, this might. And that's the worry. There's a pup. Oh yeah, there are puppet princesses are just spawning around now. Yeah. Skill points. Yeah, it is Catalina. I mean, advanced research is just nice for everyone, I guess. Like the... What is it again? Was it science skill it's called again? Yeah, it's +2 science. The science skills equals a higher skill leveling. Okay, so it wasn't... Okay, for the longest time I've believed that increasing the science skill increases the attribute acquisition. Which apparently is wrong then. And I don't really care all too much about the skill, but the attributes is kind of the most important part, because when they get a high athletics level, they're able to move around the base a lot easier. You are in a death pit, Katarina. I am sorry for you. Oh, it's a hatch as well. How old is it? 25, okay, it's not too long until I can take its egg. Okay. How should... You can start mopping up this and destroying this one. It's not really important anymore. Sleet wheat. A wheat sword. Okay, great. Seems to be a leak of polluted oxygen in there, but there are no germs present. If there is not a crack too far down, it might be simple to just close off the top. But in that case, I will also make a way down for my duplicates, as having access to the area would be rather nice. Now, at the same time, if I remember correctly, every single matter needed to go like either 3 degrees below or 3 degrees above the state change temperature, or a vaporization point or condensation point, in order to actually change state. Meaning that once the ice here melts, which just unfortunately most likely will, it will decrease the temperature to the point that I don't think it will be able to melt the ice below. So the area might be safe, although heat dissipation is still a thing. Oh. Meanwhile, food-wise, they seem to be doing well. Okay, there is a gap here. If I just do this, place it on high priority, I'll be able to mop up all the polluted water and get it out of there. And I'll... okay. Which way would be best here? Anyways, here I should make it out of igneous rock. I think I'll do it like... no, that's... I can place it like this. Then drag it above. Just cut off that. And then make a hole here. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. I'll also have to dig this tile. Increase everything to 7 priority. And you won't be able to do much. No, it's there's a lot more thermal mass here compared to stuff that's going to heat it up, so this area should be a lot easier to save. And small amounts of gas that hardly will affect temperature. Okay. Oh, you got hypothermia. Should have been more careful. Really, you got hypothermia and now you're standing in their delicious piss cold water? Genius. Another ocean. Up it. I don't know what's going on. Okay, there's no frozen carbon dioxide in this area. Uh-oh. You, don't stand there. I hope you're like yucky lungs. Also I should probably like just set up a small deodorizer here to keep the yucky air from entering the base at least. A dusk cap. Sunbug, wait, what? Oh. Unfortunately, that's the only survivor. Yo. What is this? I just... Nothing important. Polluted oxygen is making its way. The heroes on their way to fix the leak. Top is done. Now you can start to descend. Then you submit bioscan to this to open the door. And I guess just the simplest way is to draw a straight line there. Or just... Ah. That seems nice. Although no, you're not making it out of sandstone, that's inefficient, using this rock. Let's at least have some standards. Oh, I found iron ore. And curatives tablets. Not the most interesting things. Open the door. I mean, the water cooler isn't all that important. Feel like you're spending a... Actually, house? Slightly more blue, ever so slightly. In this area, it's no conclusive data. Oh, already found lead. So I have to dig down here somewhere. I guess I'd take it continuing on with the stair or the ladder. So it'd be here. Now only problem is there's a bislight here and this area is quite hot. also makes me wonder what is down in the core again? How is that structured? It's frozen, but how is it formed? Oh, near the back later. I'll take it. Okay, no, I need to get rid of the piss water. Oh. Hey, less air consumption. If I just, you know, do this, I can make a thingamajig and then just leak it out into a small pool here and block it off. Like in general, polluted oxygen sucks. Oh. And especially in this pack because it's ruining everything. Nope. Now you're going to fix that one immediately. Now you... it's your break time, I guess. The polluted oxygen needs to go. It's just an annoyance and a threat to the system I'm trying to make. Because if there's polluted oxygen down here, it can exacerbate the process at which everything rots, even if it's cold. And I can't risk that. So, mop up everything and dump it. Like the chlorine, totally fine. Sterile gas. But the polluted water, no. Also these two. Okay, you managed to actually take a bunch. Nice. Let's make it significantly easier. Big sneeze. Now, it's a bit annoying with how the gas system works, in that some cases you can get several kilograms of gas stuck in a small pocket, even though the gas just beneath is only a couple of thousand grams. Since everything has to take at least one tile, you can... how long has this been here? Since everything always takes a tile, sometimes you get stupid stuff. I'm assuming these guys have eaten barbecue and that's the reason they're so high morale. Don't get used to it, guys, because it's not designed to last yet. Huh? Interesting. Critter delivery. Suspicious. Will you make it over in time? No. Stress is decreasing. What are you doing up here? Isn't there a bike for her to do up here still? Yeah. And why is there a small unknown tile? I mean, we can quite clearly see what's there, but still. Okay, let's see what you were picking up polluted dirt. Fuck, the board did! Oh no. Didn't think of that. Get it built. I hope like this. And get it done. I hope like a 0.41 watt seed will still be enough to plant, because I forgot that Pacus eat wart seeds. And wart seeds are far too valuable for them to eat. Okay, fine, it was enough. Well, now you can destroy it. I don't really want it there. So is there a room that I want to cool down more than others? Actually, yeah. Bicep. You know what? I'll place a creature drop-off point out there as well. Oh shit. They have so little to do, they're actually emptying the 1 priority algae terrariums. You can deliver the little boy now. Or express it in a different manner. I want you to deliver him. Don't want him down here. This won't have much effect, but it allows me to at least somewhat cool down this storage. And I think I'll just wrangle everyone. And with the... I'm going to need 8, aren't I? At least. Probably closer to 12. Yeah, okay, they can't reach these, That one... And down here. Work these tiles and I can take... Might have to dig these 2 tiles. No! Ah, it will sleep it on it. Ah well. Crude oil slicks there. Why are you... Bro, what are you doing? Are you drowning yourself? Poor boy. This is around... Oh, it's pressure. Wait, what's its pressure requirements? Okay, it's just something weird going on with the gas pressure. Terrible meal. I should have enough bluff briars, I believe. So I'll give these and actually get a great hole going. And everything up here seems fine still. Temperature's a bit annoying, but I'll just have to hope that it doesn't cause too many issues. I'm gonna need a low temperature to avoid these guys spoiling. Okay, you're getting that. Hopefully you're able to do this properly. But there is oxygen. There's still a bunch of polluted oxygen in here, unfortunately. So we'll have to counteract that somehow. Oh. An aber acorn. It's cramped in there because these guys... Wait. Oh. Rip. It seems I killed the other pips. That was not my intention, I'm sorry. All of these should be able to build, yeah. Can rummage these. coolest and snazzy suit. Good. Yeah, that one protects from heat. Like in that case, it does make a lot more sense than what I thought. Okay, I should make a... I need to make a liquid lock. Need to make sure the ambient heat doesn't spread in too much. And sickness. Splendid. What do you... Oh no. Please someone build this. Now we need... Please. I'm gonna need this one as well, aren't we? Create from igneous rock, and you might be able to actually do it yourself. Not yellow. Actually, I guess that's one way to remove all the oxygen here. Just breathe it up. Breathe it in. And remove this one just to lower the amount of polluted oxygen. Oh yeah. Add these bluff briars when you have the time, and assuming the amount of debris on the floor isn't a problem, we'll have a great haul. Yeah. Okay, the range of an auto sweeper can't cover the entire roof. Now we do the conveyor chute, and I'll just place it somewhere down here. There. Now it will just drop down the meat right there, and they'll fill it into the refrigerator when they have the time. As it doesn't seem that they are able to actually remove the pepper plant, I'll have to do more micro management. Did I use... I used all the copper I had, yeah. Probably don't even have enough copper anymore. The easiest way is just to mine out this. And... yeah. No one likes to build. This is crazy. Okay, at least yes, likes to build a little. Hopefully he's able to remove it, or whoever's job that is. There we go. Once they're finished, once these are done, we'll place 2 more. Blocked off completely. And it will be fine. Now beyond this, set this to pick up all meat. Barbecue's not meat. Okay, I'm not entirely certain of the efficiency of this method, but essentially the plan is there will be a ton of hatches living on this single platform. They'll have nowhere to run, so they will just live and die on this platform. They won't have access to any food, so there will be no clogging up of coal, and I won't have to spend any of the resources. However, that does also mean that I will only get meat every time a creature dies, which means that's every 100 cycles, and the increase in efficiency is probably about linear with the amount of hatches living here. So I should attempt to get as many hatchling eggs or hatches and just place them here. That way I will have a completely free access to meat, and until I get like a proper cooling system set up, that also means that I won't be overflowing with meat that will have to rot. Okay. Now with everything else, there's everything seems fine now. This is safe from the oxygen and polluted oxygen. This one's... I kind of want you guys to open this door. Oh. Give this to Soichiro. Ghost of Gravitas. Oh, wow. New printables. Larva eggs. Yeah, I guess I can have some of those. Like these slicksters. Oh. Slicksters are... The fuck is dev life support? Slicksters, they are creatures that live and breathe carbon dioxide and turn it into crude oil. So if you have something that produces large amounts of carbon dioxide, it's easy to just shove it all into the slicksters, and assuming it's proper living conditions, they'll create large amounts of crude oil that you can use. And these long hair slicksters are... I only think they're there to make people happy around them. Because they eat 30 kilograms of oxygen per cycle and produce nothing, except probably some decor. And, okay, the molten slickster is probably the best version. It just creates petroleum, but it also needs to live under a bit more extreme conditions. Conditions that I won't be creating for quite a while. Temperature wise, now this shouldn't be too much of an issue. I mean, if I get too worried, I'll just set up another V-Sword in this opening here to cool down everything. This one can go. And honestly, so can like this one. Popped eardrums. Uh-oh. That's not the intention. I can leak out the excess gases in there. Okay, what needs that much? Ah, yeah. They are actually using the algae terrariums again. Hopefully that means that we are safe from the overproduction of oxygen. Although the deodorizers are definitely making the most oxygen. Oh, the eggs have hatched. We have 3 little hatchlings running around. In 100 cycles, these guys will be meat for us to enjoy. Now, should I set up a similar, like, living system or just poke shells, placing them in water? That's what we need to get the Sunny pinch row. Yeah, you know what? One thing I will need at some point once these 2 water supplies have been drained is, like, another water supply. And the way I've done that before is just by creating a relatively large basin and filling it up with water. So if I create a... You know what, if we want to try to, like, design it around this area, we could just create 2 walls down like this and excavate this area. And then just have this top part as part of the room. Yeah, that could work. And then I could move these poke shells down there. And, well, the most efficient way would be to also create a farms or a ranching system, but that would mean... Actually... No, that's great, actually. Those boys eat polluted dirt and such, and I will be producing, like... But not extraordinary amounts, but I'll be producing quite a bit with these. And several systems like that later on. So... Although, does this count as industrial machinery? That's the question. Because if it does, I won't be able to have it as part of the room, but... That's also not the largest issue. That's something I can change later on. So just... dig out this area. Place a critter drop-off point. Underwater, I suppose. Hopefully that's not an issue. And wrangle up a couple of poke shells, except for this one. This poor boy is unfortunately stuck forever. Rest in peace, little man. Now also herding these is great, because even if I don't get Sunny Pincho immediately, these guys create Pokemolds, which I can use for lime, which I'll need for steel. So, in the long run, really important, really useful. And we've reached 100,000 calories. Too bad that the large... Okay. I was about to say, too bad a large part of that is going to be rot at some point. But at the same time, if it turns into rot, I can just feed it to the Pincho. Place it like this. And just Pokeshell and Pokeshell spawn. Set it to a 9 priority. Wrangle these guys. And those are the only two I have broken into yet. Yep. Now how much do these guys eat again? They eat 70 kilograms a cycle. These guys also eat slime. So if I also set up a puffed farm, free slime, feed it to these guys, free food. Although the only issue with like using sunny shells is that I assume they can't drown. And that means that the famous drowning chamber that you usually use for critter farming is worthless. And the other method I've also heard of uses like Pincho to kill them, but in this case I don't think that's useful either. So unfortunately we can't use any of these gruesome murder chambers. We'll have to find another way to farm them. Oh. Is the fact that there's so much water actually a problem? Well... What is it? put the barbecue in the freezer. Yep, they are definitely complaining of the fact that the threat to drop off isn't there. I guess you could just do it like... No, that's too high up. No. Like this. Now it'll be high enough up that they are able to actually place it there and it's not in the water, and they'll be able to jump down. Food has decayed. Oh well. You're not... Shame. Okay. However, with the new system I am using, I'm not going to be using these compost piles anymore. So... these conveyor receptacles... I'm not going to reach it. Can the creatures eat from them? If they can, that would mean that I could just place down one. However, if not... bit annoying. But still, I'll... no more shoving polluted dirt in the compost pile. From now on, we'll strictly be storing it for food. Yeah. It was under organic, wasn't it? With the dirt and the rock piles. Copy settings here, and wrangle again. Also, I'll just destroy these with a little higher enthusiasm. Good boy. Remember to destroy it first. Although the... Is the germs now spilling out into the water? Doesn't seem to. There you go. Your new home. And wrangle this boy. I can tell you to enable harvest of every plant up here. Okay, I'm actually getting lettuce quite early on in the game. Though there isn't really anything I can use it for. Once I... Have I researched it? No. I can research gourmet meal preparation in order to use the lettuce, but it also requires natural gas, something I do not have access to at this point. Although... see, this one goes here. Take this and just dig a shaft over there. Let's see what we find. Oh yeah, no. I'll use this as just general storage, and then I'll put put down a critter feeder in order to more specifically feed them the stuff. That's the way I do it right. Oh, they eat 70 kilograms per cycle. That's hardly something I'm making. Like these guys, in order to create 70 kilograms, I'd need... So 350 times 5. What? That's... No, wait, what? I'd need a lot, essentially. So I'd either need to really use a lot of polluted water, or somehow find another way to create polluted dirt. The Pacus are a way to do that. Though I'd need a large amount of seeds. These guys create how much? 70 kilograms. If they eat algae, okay. If I just feed them off algae, they're enough to feed one poke shell per day. But if not, I'm gonna need a lot of them. No, I don't think Paku are the way to go. And the deodorizers only make clay. I'm certain there is something else I could... Oh yeah. I mean, with the carbon skimmer, I at least use water and gain polluted water. Though not in humongous amounts, so that's also not viable. Okay, like the Sunny, I can feed slime. Which at this point really seems like the only viable solution. Which is a bit annoying. But that's the only thing I can think of. The other alternative is just to... No, that's not effective either. Large amounts of wild plants creating large amounts of rot. Takes too long time, I guess. Like this rotten meal ice. It created 1 kilogram over the course of 12 cycles. That's not a viable strat. Okay, the only way to get algae is by distilling slime, at which point I might as well just feed them slime directly. And also this one can't be in the water. Hopefully that's not too much water for it. Move this. Limit of these. Okay. We're doing well. No, that's still too much water. Well, luckily, with time I'll be starting to use more and more of this, and whilst they are wild, these guys don't need to eat anything. Now the question is, how much room do each one of these need? If they... Okay, the annoying part about the stable, maximum tiles 96. That's hardly enough, that's 8 hatches at most, and although 8 hatches eat a lot of minerals, they still don't produce that many eggs or that much food. Although the water weeds, they create they do create like a lot of lettuce, right? So wild water weeds might be a strategy. Interesting. And, you know, with the massive ocean area, there is a massive amount of water weed. A lot of it I won't be able to eat, a lot of it I won't need to eat. And also I can get pips to plant more, so... You know, that might actually be a viable source of at least some polluted dirt. It might not be able to feed too many, but it'll feed some. Rotten lettuce, yeah. That's unfortunately a thing. I have yet to find a a water source. Oh, natural gas geyser. I have made a system to cool down the natural gas before, so repeating that shouldn't be too difficult. Giving me access to natural gas, that I can use for the gas range. Then I'll be able to make frost burgers. Hopefully without too many issues. And as soon as I then have a proper cooling system, infinite food. Now, the question is, do I use wheat sport to keep the food cold, or do I use the aqua tuner like I did last time? The wheat sports, I feel like they are a little more fun. This is also the one with those on the sides. If it's divisible by 5 from such a point... Oh. 70 is here. 65 is here. Okay. I'll have to place one there, but okay, there. Build this, access this. And here we have so many water weeds, but I'll have to flush the water somewhere. And there is hardly much room for that now. Now the Parkus does create too little polluted dirt, but they die so quickly and reproduce so quickly, so in not too long of a time span they'll have produced some polluted dirt. Not enough to be a viable source of polluted dirt, but you know, it's something. This is over. There's too much there. Just dump it out here and wrangle. You know, we'll wrangle the youngin', but not the old guy. Oh shit. I forgot it's kinda hot this area. And this might still be too much salt water for the waterweed. Or not too much actually. And another poker shell to the family. I can't wait till this pool is filled with dangerous poker shells. Won't be safe to enter or leave it. Oh, hang on. Can I? It's just simply like that, okay. Then I want... Can I like just plug up the polluted oxygen and essentially delete it, or will it be forced out? Let's see if I can just delete it. There's really no problem. Then I can just set up another tank. But when I designed the food storage system, the last time I essentially used a ration box, which isn't all that useful. It's all not really necessary. I think I can get away with just placing it on the bare ground, assuming it's in probably a hydrogen atmosphere. That would be the best. So in that case I could block off this area, or let's maybe try to make some small design plans. essentially what I'm planning is to have like this is where the food will be, airflow tile, another area for the food to be, and then these gaps, at least these two, will be filled with crude oil in order to act as a liquid gas lock and keep at the same time not freeze under the extreme temperatures we need to reach. Then we'll have to find a way to drain the atmosphere and fill it with hydrogen, which is why we have these bottom airflow tiles. By placing a pump here and by, let's say we have a mechanized airlock. It closes itself and the pump drains the atmosphere. Then we can just place a air vent and you'll feed it hydrogen gas and it will fill up with hydrogen. Alternatively, which is what I used last time, we can place it like this. And then we can use automation, once we research it, to pick it up so that we can open it when we're draining it, close it, and then fill it with hydrogen. And then in the extreme situation we need to flush the system, we can open it and start draining it again. Now, we'd also need a bunch of liquid pipes and radiant liquid pipes to act as thermal exchange, unless we decide to use wastewater to just cool down the entire room. Now, for last time I had like 2 rows of these, but when I realized that although you can access the box from here, you cannot access it from here. Meaning that you'd need to have like 1 row here and another here where you can access it both from the left side, or you could just have a conveyor chute drop it on this side that you can access. And that would also avoid the problem that the ration box can only hold 150 kilograms. A tile filled with debris can hold infinite amounts, so there's no problem. Therefore, I believe we will go with the chute system again. Although I will also keep a ration box, I think, just in case. Like to fill it with stuff that doesn't come through the chute. We'll decide exactly how we'll do that later, and people are idle. Now, if we were to use wastewater, I believe we should have at least 3 of them to cool down the area. People are lazy or lazing around as they have nothing to do. You know what, just... not the flower pot. Ah, but that's filled with... Ah, never mind, don't do that. Create a pathway. Avoiding digging the bleach stone. They immediately went to work. Okay. If I wanted to be able to access this ladder from this side, I'll have to at least have this much space for them to walk. Alternatively, I could just do it so that they walk up from the bottom after walking around or beneath here. Now, if I were to do that, I could have the wall go all the way up here, and I could just cut off an area. Okay, let's say we use this system with the boxes. We have one box here, one box here. Okay, let's say we also include like thermal insulation on the... If we were to have thermal insulation on the inside, that would mean here, here. No, that one. We'll figure out the details later on. The main issue is that we'll have like... I think we'll have two to have like slightly higher efficiency. And then they will just dump that out somewhere. Then we'll have... If I'm able to afford 4, that would probably be for the best. But at the same time... No, wait. Because one of the problems of using V-Swords is that they can cool down to -60 degrees. And in most cases you don't want it to cool down to -60 degrees because that's too cold. It'll freeze petroleum. Or, no, not... It won't freeze petroleum, I believe it, but it will freeze crude oil. So I can't use that as a liquid lock. And that is the only material I can early game get that's able to survive such low temperatures. In which case, I'll need to find another system to be able to restrict the amount of the heat transfer between these two areas. Or restrict the heat transfer between the Wii Sports and the food area. A way to do that is to use a mechanized airlock. Because if you open it when there's no place for gas to flow in, it will have a vacuum, and as long as it's open, it won't transfer any heat between these two areas. And then we can just close it whenever the temperature rises too high, and open it when it's too low. Although that would maybe create a problem. I get the monopoly on the brains, yes, but then we'd need to create a large area, because we'd need one door to stop the vacuum and then another keep it, so that would create like... Okay, I'm just quickly... so that they don't work on it. Then we need this one to stop the vacuum and this one to stop or start heat transfer. And also no, that wouldn't work. Because if this is to remain empty, then this room would have to remain empty, but then the Wii Swords wouldn't work. So we'd have to have 3 of them. That's annoying. Alternatively, I can have the drainage system and the Wii Sword system on 2 separate places. Might be the simplest way to do it and most efficient. But in which case, maybe I should have the... I should have these here. then... Then we could place the Wii swords here. Now one way to do it would be to use this mechanized airlock still. If I get the... where are they again? The metal tile, although it needs smelting, which is a bit annoying. With the metal tile I could essentially have it like this. This room is filled with hydrogen, creating efficient cooling. And these tiles, you're not supposed to actually work this. These two tiles create... These two tiles transfer heat efficiently. When this is open, assuming I block off the top and bottom, no heat transfer, I can close it to transfer heat. Would be pretty effective. And stop working on this. Nope. I know you're bored, but you're not supposed to work this yet. This is just theoretical. No. You... this either. Go find some better to do. But you're... seeming as you guys want something to do. How about you, save us from impending doom? Another ice here. Okay. We need to block off this saltwater geyser in order to keep them from... in order to keep it from starting to run quickly and overheating my area. Get to it instead of doing this. This is hardly bleak. Oh, these guys are angry now. Oh yeah. They've had a child and therefore they are going to kill anyone who stands in their area. Unfortunately, it seems to be in a pinch row, so might take a little longer before we get the sunny pinch. Or sunny row or whatever. But let's see, do I have access to crude oil? Yeah. Crude oil has a freezing point of -40. I mean, one thing I could do, I could use these temp shift plates as thermal mass. That way, avoiding shock freeze and having a larger likelihood that the temperature won't rise. Won't be able to rise at least. But again, this system is a bit larger than I'd prefer. Oh, who's suffocating? Are you morons? Fucking hell. You have access to granite, yeah? Oh, Jesus. Okay, averted that disaster. But yeah, back to the thinking. Like I could probably just use a door here, or But at the same time... Like, a problem with this is I most likely want to, you know, access it. So if I were to just... Idiots. Hope you get out alive. They're really trying to kill themselves. Anyways, yeah, this is... The plan was to do it like this, and then just... Like, all of these have a drop down up to... This is as well that one. Meaning I could do it like this. And then could be some leak during like way too different pressurizations, but it shouldn't be too large of a risk. But still, not the best way I can think of. Like, in the best case scenario, I would be able to, like, I'd make a work zone for the wheat swords where I could be able to place more in, or take some out if I realize that it's too much. But the question is how. If I do things correctly in a way, I would only need a single room, but I think I'm just going to have two. Because I want to, and I think that would be slightly better. But if I were to have the drop-off point at the top, you know what, you do that, sure, whatever. I'd have this here. It would be, and the airflow tiles here. Then I'd place another one here, airflow tiles here, and possibly a door to stop the leakage out there. You know what, I research automation, and I might be able to test some of this theory out. Anyways, you're not doing much work anyways, just uproot you. Dig up the Mac root and leave the mealwood for now. Can work around it. Okay. Maybe I'd have the mechanized airlock a little closer, just to allow for the automation parts in here. I'd also need a thermal sensor, which is... where exactly? I know there should be a regular temperature sensor, right? Ah, yeah, there it is. HVAC. Now I could use regular tiles. it wouldn't be... No, wait. I could use mechanized airlocks. I forgot about that, but like, what I could do is just hook one of them up to automation and then have the duplicates or the other ones locked. That way, they wouldn't be able, the one in the middle would be able to open up and close as it wants, while the other ones are just unable to do that. And why are you in the bathroom? How long has he been there? Anyways. Set it like this. Now I might be, you know, maybe going a little bit too fast here, because I don't really have access to... I don't have access to gas yet. Like, I don't have hydrogen easily available. Oh lord. How bad did they hurt you, my child? Okay. Didn't think I'd have to make it this early, but maybe it's time that I create a little... What is it called again? A hospital, yeah. Now for the hospital you are supposed to have... Nah, you know, not much. Trying to make a sustainable colony and also trying to get the food to not spoil. It's full. Oh, the system is getting more pressing. I need a laboratory and a sink, as well as a mess table for the hospital. Although it could... No. Carbon dioxide atmosphere wouldn't be effective at all. It has a thermal conductivity of 0.015 compared to 0. Thank you for following, Skover. Welcome. So, actually, yeah, you know what? You can get a duplicate name after you. I have one spare. See here. Score weird. Oh, if you're working with the Spaced Out DLC, there's not really much I can do to help you. I mostly work with the base game. When I got the game like really long ago, and when the Spaced Out DLC came out, it changed a lot of the base game as well. So it's mostly that I'm trying to relearn. As the Spaced Out, although the Spaced Out DLC seems kinda cool, it also changes, it really changes stuff, so you really do have to learn most things from the bottom up again to understand. The thermal sensor, I can place that here. Airflow tile. Oh, not again. Yeah, if you're trying to learn the new DLC, from one thing I seem to have understood, like there are certain, yeah, it is like new game. Isn't there like a new, aren't there supposed to be like new buildings where they take like a limited amount of space, but if you go inside them, they have a lot more room? Because in that case, it would be a lot easier to create. Like for example, if they are large enough, you could create a spawn in it, and then have it be a lot more compressed than usual. No exiting out that door. And none of them are eligible anymore. But yeah, also, yeah, the rocket rooms, those are probably going to be quite useful. There's a lot of things in this game you kind of like, you need room for certain things, you want things to be compressed or as compressed as possible. And in that case, those rocket rooms can be quite useful. But also, speaking of the changes that happened due to the Spaced Out DLC, the whole system I'm currently working on, it would have been completely redundant in the first edition of the game. Because that was one of my main gripes with like the new DLC. When it came out, it changed how you worked with the food system. Because in the olden days, you just had to keep it in like carbon dioxide, a vacuum or chlorine, and it would never spoil. But now you also have to keep it cold. And that made me lose a lot of food on the save I was working on back then, and yeah, that was quite upsetting. And I don't know if these things were out back then, but a lot of the things that I have used now to create a more stable system require things that I don't believe were out back then. Like, the system I used before requires the conduit panels. It essentially uses those to cool down the food storage. But at the same time, it also... Oh, I don't know. The conduit panels, it just cools down because it's supposed to conduct heat a lot better. Oh, cycle 100 already. Ooh. I've completely lost my train of thought. Yeah. Make a food storage system early and you can get insane amounts of food, I guess. That's the bottom line. I had conduit panels, yeah. The conduit panels are designed to function in a vacuum and exchange temperature with the overlapping buildings. So what I used for my the previous setup I've tested is just placing the conduit panels behind the ration box. And, well, in the first rendition of that setup, I had everything operate in a vacuum to just ensure that there was absolutely no gas to get in the way. Unfortunately, I also realized that even though the box decreased in temperature, the contents didn't. The contents needed gas in order to exchange temperature. So I had to rebuild it and fill it with hydrogen instead. Or I didn't have to rebuild it, I just had to create a vent and pump in hydrogen. Yeah, in that case I'd say that you definitely should make a carbon dioxide trap. Just create a ditch where the carbon dioxide is likely to fall in, and create it kinda deep, so even if some of the top carbon dioxide were to fall off, you'd still have a bunch of carbon dioxide you could sink the food into. Because even though you don't have it cooled down, just having it in the carbon dioxide does help a lot. So baseline, you should always have a carbon dioxide trap to keep the food in, and as soon as you have like more or less a stable source of energy, you should create a refrigerator and put it in the carbon dioxide trap as well. Because now, like, these changes by about 3% a cycle, and in that way they are less likely to spoil. Uh-oh. How do I do this? Let's see. Please save yourself. No, don't go back. No, it's useful to like try to learn some of the baseline things like like the carbon trap. Unfortunately, now I've kind of ruined the carbon trap because I accidentally did this. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix this somehow. Now, once you have a carbon trap, you should be able to get by for, well, if you have a more or less stable source of food, you should still be able to, in the worst case scenario that your food source were to temporarily die out, you should still be able to survive quite a while off the carbon trap and the refrigerator. But after you've done that, you should definitely try to look into setting up a more permanent solution. Now once these larva eggs start hatching, actually I should just move them down here. As I don't have access to petroleum, which I intend to use for the liquid locks, I'll need to get it. Luckily I'll have the slicksters. So, also one thing that could be important, as much as possible you should try to base all of your resources on like renewable stuff. Like for example, in the case of meat, you usually use hatch ranching or another type of creature. In the case you use hatches, you should try to get stone hatches, and if possible, or well, that's pretty much late game, but having a volcano or access to like the magma beneath, if you can cool it down and take the igneous rock, that's one source of food through the stone hatchlings. If not, like this system I have right here, it's not the most efficient, but it's free. So I'm just shoving a bunch of hatches on top of a little platform, and once they die, the auto sweeper picks it up and deposits it in the food storage. No. Do not lock yourself in there, please. Also, even though you'd want a colony that is completely self-sufficient, that you don't have to micromanage, in most cases you will have to do something, because duplicants aren't smart enough to take care of themselves. So it's just so easy for them to get themselves killed. Way too easy, unfortunately. Now, what asteroid did you choose as your starting one? Keep these two down here. These assholes. They're really being mean. Okay. Wait, I'm using gold amalgam? I don't have enough copper on hand. That looks nice. Also, having your duplicates have like obligatory work on the manual generator is not the worst idea actually, as that helps increase their athletic skill, which will help them later on when they need to move large distances in short amount of time. Working ingredient 9. I forgot to move them. And this is outside their livable range. Oh well. They'll be fine, I suppose. Carbon dioxide. Okay, hydrogen. I need to set up a vent somewhere in here as well. Actually, let's do that. Place the vent beneath the airflow tiles. Ah. Another... Wait, which one? Ah, cured sick duplicant. So some of you ate bad food. Which one was it? Mesh grid here. Actually... Uh-oh. Quickly. I've lost the carbon dioxide trap. Okay. Made that mistake. Food has decayed. Yeah, it's just up here. Now, another tip I guess I could give you, if you're using the algae terrariums, you should also use the ceiling light. Or alternatively, you could use shine bugs if you have those. But when the algae terrarium is exposed to light, they work 10% faster. Which, although isn't all that much, it still saves you some resources. And in the case that you are lazy like me, you don't have to dump the polluted water back into the system. You could instead just force it into, leave it on the ground as bottles, and then they will slowly dissipate into polluted oxygen, which you can clean with deodorizers for extra oxygen. Yes, that's what we all love. Now, these guys haven't produced anything yet. That might be because they're children, but that's also a little bit of an issue. I need them to produce something before they perish, or I might be stuck. For a while at least, until I find something else I can use as a liquid lock. Now the raw eggs are rotting soon, I should probably make an omelet. What's the freezing point of salt water again? -7, that's too low. Or too high. There's hardly any carbon dioxide out and about. I'll need to clear these. The amalgam has nowhere to go. I'll appreciate some water. And just... if we set this to sweep only, we can just empty out the 10 tons of dirt. Oh. He ate something. Good. Not be able to reach. Ah. System ran out of power. I'd appreciate it if it didn't. Oh yeah, this area. Sticking with the theme of keeping most things wild, I'll leave the sleet wheat growing forever. And nope, this is an oxygen. That's a problem. Essentially, if you find wild sleet wheat, try to let it grow, and if you at a later date are able to harvest it, do. If not, don't stress too much about it. I mean, you got a point there. Even in the worst case scenario that you really make a mistake, like you've learned from it. There are very few situations where what happened was completely out of your control. There are there are few things that are that effective at making stuff fail. Trying to think of like the worst runs I guess I've had is when I've been like unlucky with the start and haven't been able to use it properly. But that's been my fault. Had I been better at the game, I would have been able to use it. Sweep only. Yep. Crude oil. Finally. Although with this system, maybe I would rather do this and no. I won't have to use that top part, hopefully. Just feed the crude oil there. And then we can block it up. Remove the mesh tile. There isn't anything in here that should be able to rot too quickly. Now on to the hydrogen. I'll research portable gases. I'm not entirely certain, but I kind of fear it requires plastic. If it does, it's a problem. If not, I can make do. Although, actually, whilst I'm... No, I will not have any thermal mass in this room. Instead, I will set up just 2 temp shift plates. Ah, they're too expensive. Or just 1 temp shift plate in order to have at least a slightly quicker heat transfer. Now to the... Okay. Does not require those things. In which case I want to set up a gas pump about here. Manual generator. Don't have enough copper. Let's mine more. I don't have enough copper really. That's honestly an issue. Where else did I intend to mine it? Oh, that wasn't ready anymore. Okay. Now I should have enough to do this. Now I'll have some hydrogen. I can at least fill in the westward section of the room. Although this system... I want the insulation around here and up there, I think. Then I can have like this part in order to ensure as little gas escapes as possible. Good, good. And I think I'll keep two on top, the most used at least. Where did the vortex seed go? Sweep only. Where did I place the water seed? Ah, in here. I place seeds. How are you guys doing? Hold the temperature between 20 and 60. What? I thought you guys weren't supposed to survive this temperature. Oh well. I can just remove the mealwood here. It won't be able to survive in the hydrogen atmosphere anyways. Well, anyways. Yep. I guess I'll give out a short PSA. If you haven't drunk any water recently, do it. Water is important. Is it drank? Yeah, probably drank. If you haven't drank any water, do it. How much? I have some meat, so from one source or another there has come. Someone needs to have a jogging trip soon. $70, let's say that. Empty storage. This is one way to get early hydrogen if you don't have access to a, or don't want to use an electrolyzer. Okay, I hope they didn't mix in bottle. No. Okay, even if it... Now I just got hydrogen on a bottle. Chlorine on a bottle, which also can be quite useful later on. Another natural gas geyser. And what in the... I've discovered a new dream analyzing building buried deep inside our asteroid. It seems to contain new sleep-specific suits. Could these be the key to unlocking my duplicate's ability to dream? I have often wondered what they might be capable of once their imaginations were awakened. Okay. Can finish that part. Actually, should I perhaps... No, I'll fit it another way. Opening the temperature lock is not the best idea to do things. Interesting. Keep the work up. Guess you have to remove this part. Oh no. Can do it like this first. This should be done. It's not the highest priority, but there I want it done. Hypothermia, that's normal in your line of work, I guess. They are built from igneous rock. They should be built from granite. Shame on you guys. The hydrogen up here is just in the milligram range. Essentially, there's no significant portion of hydrogen left to harvest here. Well, that's fine. We have what? Okay, now I'm starting to bottle carbon dioxide. That's hardly necessary. You can just start tearing down the equipment, or... Actually, this one can work its magic as long as it needs to, I guess. As long as there's something to do there. Don't leave it there, please. I see that there is a rot pile that you have. Yep, good. It's so... Do you have a pay with you? You know what? Yeah, I think I do. On the other playthrough I have, for a long time I got really annoyed with the dupes because none of them would do what I wanted them to. They always seemed to focus on something else. I've never really been able to get the priority screen to properly do what I wanted to. But then I got pay, and all of a sudden I just told her to do all the digging, do all the construction. And she actually did it, so you know, that was fantastic, essentially. So that was kind of like a turning point for my colony. It went from being like everyone is just as important to pay is the most important and is the only one with her own room. So yeah, I guess I have a favorite dupe. But beyond pay, I don't think there are... I think, yeah, no, pay is my favorite dupe. After that, I don't really score them. They're just as bad. Let's see, 0.20 compared to... Okay. Igneous rock is slightly better than sandstone. And granite is worse than both of them. Okay. That's also more of a question. Are you good at utilizing all of the naturally spawning vents and geysers? Because the only way to be like properly sustainable is to use those, because like even though the cool steam vent is a bit difficult to use due to its low temperature water output, there are still a lot of them that are quite usable and definitely something you should focus on. Like, for example, even though this saltwater geyser erupts at 95 degrees, I've still made setups before that harvest it for saltwater and use it to run a water bead plant, so it's also always important to use the natural geysers you get. And that's also mostly why I tend to go for the geoactive trait, as that makes it a little more likely for me to get the things I want. So the... finish everything here. Yep. Yeah, the thing about the hydrogen vent is, although its temperature makes it really scary, with the proper cooling setup, and especially if you manage to get access to the supercoolant, then it's not really that difficult to cool it down to room temperature. And at that point you could use it for either just cool it further down to use as rocket fuel, or use it as energy. Like, I seldom use like these the coal generators and such. Like coal generator, wood burner. If I can avoid them, I do. Hydrogen generator is almost the only one I use. Like, most of my systems are built so that they can solely rely on hydrogen generators. So if you manage to cool it, like, even just down to 70 degrees, that's cold enough to put it into the hydrogen generator. No, that's not. Like, I don't remember the exact numbers, but... Bloody? Now, for a lot of the hydrogen generators destroys heat as long as, like, the hydrogen is above a certain temperature and I believe below another. So, and also, you know what, the carbon dioxide, at least assuming it's the one I think you're talking about, it outputs carbon dioxide at negative 55 degrees. It's not the greatest cooling device, but it is a cooling device. So it's definitely something you should look into. And another geyser. Oh. So the carbon dioxide, like what I've used the carbon dioxide for before is, one time I had it like really close to the top of the space area, so I had it run between the walls and used it as a cooling system. So it just cooled down the space, allowing me to more or less get the materials from space without heating up the other base. Like, the one I would rather say is the one I find the least use for is probably the chlorine vent. Although at the same time I also see the use of it. You can use it for the salt vines. You can use it with Squeaky Puff to create bleachstone, which you'd need. And I also believe like there are a couple of other plants that require some chlorine. So I'd say that there are no geysers or volcanoes that I don't see the use for at all. It's just that some of them are, you know, a bit more difficult to use, like the volcanoes, for example. Oh, carbon dioxide at 500 degrees. Yeah, although carbon dioxide at 500 degrees, that is a little more difficult to use, I suppose, but there's still value, like, if you're at the point where you can, if you just drive that loop through some water, just run it through a cooling tank and use the steam you create to drive a steam turbine. Stops that. Oh my cheating. Okay, like if you can run the 500 degree carbon dioxide through water. Assuming like efficient enough, you can also like use a HVAC or something to cool it down even further. And then you can use the heat to run a steam turbine. That's essentially the best I can think of with that one. So no, yeah, everything probably has a value, it's just whether or not you can use them early game. Now. Good. Sometimes a lot of times you just have to try stuff out to figure out if it really works or not. And sometimes testing it out is risky, especially with the volcanoes. Okay, it doesn't seem like this guy is going to have a child anytime soon. That's unfortunate. Well. Well, he is the end of his lineage, I suppose. Any of you guys laid another thing? No, that's just Oxalite. Okay. Now we could start filling up this area. First, remove all the debris from the gas pump room. Then set up a polluted oxygen vent. That could be quite cool and quite useful. The problem is, like, how did you manage to deal with the germs on it? Because there's germs, right? And although putting it through a deodorizer will reduce the lifespan of the germs, there's still germs. And I try to avoid the germs as much as I can. So I don't see how did you actually do that? There's macroot, okay. Let's see, cut down. And then have gas bridges. Oh, no, wait, you weren't supposed to be there. It's slightly over. And where is it? There's the canister emptied here. Around there, I need to be able to switch it on. Okay. Oh, wait. Now. Okay. You guys really don't have anything better to do than just stand around? Okay, so you... okay. So the deodorizer was enough, actually. Yeah, in that case, the only risk would be when your duplicates have to get close to it. And possibly the temperature, but still. In that case, that is a really smart idea. Where did the... Ah, there he is. He shouldn't be there, though. No, because... I mean, even what I'm doing here is still in some way relying on polluted oxygen, because... Oh, I kinda don't want to place them back into the system all too much, because it puts strain on my power levels, and well, this at some point these will fill up, and I kinda don't want that. Now, okay. Dig out this area slightly, but avoid the oxalite. Honestly, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours already, so yeah, or actually I'm close to 5 now. I think, yeah. No, wait. How long have I been streaming? Yeah, close to 5 hours. You know, I probably won't be streaming for too long, but it was nice that you got here. I don't know when the next oxygen stream, not included stream, will be, because this is more like an on and off thing. But yeah, it was nice that you came, and enjoy whatever you're going to do. Yep. Right. Farewell, and bye-bye. Ah, no, it's... How are these guys... okay, what else can I do? Fill this room with hydrogen. $60 kilograms, that's... probably enough to fill this room, but not more. What more do I have? Ever so slightly they're emptying out, but it's gonna take forever. Storage enabled. Did I not set this one to accept hydrogen? Yeah, I did. You're not being able to reach it though, that's another problem. Yes, okay, let's see, is there anything more exploration I want to do? Anything done yet? No? Is there a camera mode where I can just remove every... No, probably not. Well... No, hang on. I'm going to have to set the gas filter in order to ensure that I don't mix the wrong things. You're only going to allow hydrogen into that area. Oh. Oh, how ineffective this is. Let's set up another gas vent down here as well. We'd probably fix the oxygen thingy, but it's fine, I suppose. Probably. Hopefully. Is there any other places where there's hydrogen up here? Yeah. I think I'll use the hydrogen up here as well. And for the power, you know, simple battery here, and the manual generator here. And then we can start deconstructing this. Okay, they've started to drain it. Break the ladder down here just to have it done. Okay, we're down into the milligrams. The breathability is non-existent now. And as far as planning it, this was rentals first. Or larva eggs, I suppose. This crude oil freezes at 40 degrees. Let's limit it to, let's say, negative 30. Let's just say negative 30. Send green signal if no below. If it's below that temperature, the door will open. That's how it's supposed to work, yeah. More food has decayed. I'm honestly not surprised. My food isn't really lasting, to put it that way. Oh. Soon the vacuum will be complete. There. Now we can turn on this. I'll focus on filling the hydrogen area first. Sorry? Why is there going hydrogen here? Sorry, what? Oh, hang on. What do you mean? It filters out hydrogen. Okay, I'm going to... The filtered output goes through the orange area. Really shouldn't be a problem, this. We'll see if they are able to fix it once they wake up. I'm paused, that explains. Right now. Oh no, it's sorting the hydrogen properly. We can turn off now. Yeah. Okay. Needs just more... Oh. Food is just rotting left, right and center. We need to get this system up and running. But I think that will be where I end it for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. This has been a lot on the longer side. Like 5 hours. I wasn't really prepared to... I hadn't planned to stream for that long, but you know, it was just fun. This is one of the best games I have, so you know, I enjoy this. Just enjoyed every minute of it. But anyways, thanks for watching. I'll be back with another stream before you